Mic check. Dion! You can make it official with the redeem.
Die on this hill has arrived.
There you go. Now nobody can come along and steal your title. Nice, 12. That's not bad. How's it going, Rick? How's your night? Alright, I have informed the world that we are alive. Yeah, Hairless has been getting first here a lot lately. Hi guys! Actually, you know what? Before we get formally started here, I got some cool books. And I kind of want to show you guys my cool books. Good heal, good heal. So, let me instead... There we go. Just chatting. So I got a little stack of books here that I want to show you guys. My aunt, who I've been like kind of just chatting. Don't no. Never. My aunt, who I'm like reconnecting with. Things are complicated, but they're good. Is looking to downsize, and she happens to be a bit of a history nerd like I am. And when we were catching up, I was telling her about the kind of art I do and how I draw people with like weaponry and armor and historical costuming. And she's like, I've got some books I'd like to offhand on similar subjects. So I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I'll fucking take them. So I have this book that's a study on armor. Listen, Dion, wasn't me. It wasn't me who complicated things. Look, I flipped to a random page, and this guy's got a duck on his head. So it's got, like, illustrations and descriptions of different armor pieces, and I really like that this guy has a duck on his head. That's so funny. Adventure Maker, how are you? So there's a little book on armor. I got A Walk Through the Cloisters, which is from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it includes a lot of architecture from history. So I'm sure I'll get some cool inspiration from that on scenes that I want to draw. Scenes and settings. There's a bulletin in here from spring 1996, also from the Met, that has like some cool information on like historic design of furniture and like woodwork. Ooh, that sounds like it's definitely a tough debate. I always, whenever I'm like excited about something, I'm always trying to dive into that myself. There's one here titled The Art of Chivalry, and it's about knighthood chivalry, not the modern misconception that people call chivalry. I got a book that is a collection of different textile and embroidery patterns from 1200 to 1750. So when I'm designing costume pieces, I can take real historic embroidery into consideration. I got one called The Grammar of Ornament, which is similar. It's a bunch of Victorian patterns and designs from history. I feel like this one will be particularly good for going through to pick like historic color combinations when I'm not sure what color I want to make something. I feel like this will be a really cool book to go through for palettes and to get inspiration that way. And there's some incredible like design detail in here as well from like carvings and trims. This page says Arabian ornament. So you can see some of those designs are super complicated. I'll probably post better pictures on Discord so that you guys can see. And then this one is full color treasury of historic ornament. And it has from like throughout history, including like ancient Egypt and Greek designs, tile patterns, things that you might see in like tombs or palaces. This one is German and Romanesque work in Germany. Really interesting stuff. I am hoping to flip through those and pick some as inspiration for art that I want to work on coming up. And hey, no worries, Adventure Maker. I always love chatting with you guys. That's kind of the whole point in streaming this. If I didn't want to have an active chat, I just record and post to YouTube instead of live streaming it, you know? I like being able to talk to y'all while I'm working on my art. Keeps me sane. I love this song, but it did not age great. Debatable. One of my therapists did call me alarmingly well adjusted, so I'm going to take the W, you know? All right, let me grab my tablet here, and my screen got a little dusty. Let me wipe it off. Yeah, that's like also the reason I'm not just an art streamer. I chose to be a variety streamer and do games as well because it gives me something to talk about during my art streams if chat's ever slow or if I'm just like freezing up. I like having stuff to fall back on. Otherwise, I overthink. All right, now that that's wiped off. This is where we left off. We have more hair to do. He still has a bald spot, and we need to fill in at the back of the neck as well, because his hair is going to be longer than this. That's just where we had to leave off, because we ran out of time. We also need to shade the clothes and the earrings. The rest of the jewelry shaded, the earrings are not. Oh, and I think his neck layer is hidden. It is. There it is. And I'm getting the hang of rigging. I sent some of you guys clips of what I was working on. I've been working on the head angles. Up, down, left, right, and angles as well. The four corners. Hey, Asante, how are you? Yeah, that's something we've been working on, and it's coming together. It's certainly something I'm going to need to practice some more, but it's coming together. In the meantime... Oh, I love this song! I've always heard turkey for that one. Oh, I'm actually rigging this. It's not quite done yet, but I was using it for practice, as it is. And this is a VTuber, so I'm rigging it to follow facial tracking. And it's been a really interesting process to learn. Yeah, Live 2D Cubism is what I'm using. Okay, I left myself a note last time we were here, too, reminding myself the size I had this at, the opacity I had this at. Oh my god. Yeah, we were going off in Zoob's chat today. Yeah, rigging is complicated. I'm getting it. It's like clicking in my head. It's just a matter of practicing it. But it's certainly complicated, and there's a lot of steps to it. And you need to be very diligent too, because if you forget to select the right thing and then you do stuff, you just fuck the whole thing up. And so that's something I'm learning. And I think my first attempt has come out pretty damn solidly for a first try. I think it's quite good. It's still a bit messy, especially at the angles, but that's something that is in part going to be hidden by the hair, which the model I'm practicing with doesn't have, and in part just a matter of practice. So when I do it again with the full model, it'll be a lot easier because I've already done it once at least. So, you know, it's a learning process, but I've always learned fast, and I learn by doing. So I've binge watched a million YouTube videos on this subject and all that, but ultimately I need to actually do it. Welcome in, Sir Pippin. How are you?
Sir Pippin the Not-So-Smart has arrived.
Okay, yeah, that looks correct. And that looks correct. And I have the correct color selected. I wanted to make sure of that before I got started. I master things slowly. I get that ADHD thing where I dive in and I'm like, this is the only thing I'm doing this month. And I learn and I absorb information and I burn myself out. So it's both sides have struggles for sure. And it's something I'm working on, is trying not to burn myself out on things as quickly as I do or tire myself of them. That's part of how my ADHD does. I think I get very into something and then I'm like, I've learned everything except I'm still not perfect at it. Now I'm bored. So I do get really bad, like, I don't know what to call it, perfection paralysis. Like, I feel like if I'm gonna do something, it needs to be done properly and correctly and perfectly, and if it isn't, I've failed and I'll never be good at that thing, even though it's like something new I've never done before. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to be good at it. I'm like, I'm not good at this, I'm never gonna be good at this, fuck this. It's like a real problem for me. Okay, so we still need to fill in the top of the head and the back of the hair that brushes like past the shoulders. So gonna be working on that. Yeah, it's a real struggle for me, and like, honestly, I think the only reason I've been able to do this and to stream my process and share it in the way that I've been doing so for the past year is because I'm on medication for I'm on antidepressants for my PTSD, but I have such a bad perfectionism complex. Like, I can work on something for months and it can come out fantastic, but it's not how I envisioned it, and now I'm mad at it and now it's trash. Like, I can't tell you how much of my old artwork and stuff I've destroyed because I was like frustrated with my own limited ability instead of treating them as like learning experiences. Um and antidepressants really helped me to like get past that a bit, but it's still a work in progress. I'm always a work in progress. There's a lot of stuff even in my portfolio now where I'm like, this is shit. Like, like, I really am my own worst enemy with that shit. I do feel like I picked a really good haircut for this guy, both in terms of how it suits his story and his subculture, and in terms of how it works for a VTuber, because an alt shag like this is supposed to be messy and PC and stuff, and I think that lends itself well to being turned into a VTuber. Additionally, it's a very timeless haircut. This is something you could see today, or it's something you could see thousands of years ago. And I really wanted a timeless design for this guy. Additionally to that, he's supposed to have goth vibes to him, and I think an alt shag is like super goth. Thanks for the lurk, Asante. Fuckable in any time period. Oh goodness, yeah, pretty much. This is something I was talking to Zoob about. um, I was like, you can't blame me for thinking Tony Stark is hot. Tony Stark was designed to be hot, and Zoob's like, designed to be hot, and he like laughed about it. But it's true. It's true. If you look at Tony Stark in each decade, no, not the Kellogg's thing. That was funny as shit though. If you look at the design of Tony Stark in each decade, it reflects what women considered sexy at the time, and that's how you get porno stash Tony Stark. And like, porno stash Tony Stark is one of my favorites to point and laugh at because that shit is atrocious. That shit is hilarious though. Yeah. Like, why not? Better sales. Like, okay, I get the whole sex sells thing, but at the same time, have y'all ever seen an ad where you're not sure what they're advertising because it's basically just softcore porn instead? I feel that way about like every perfume or cologne ad I've ever seen. Um Hardy's ads. I'm like, are they even like the burger's an afterthought? But like sometimes I get an ad that's like so weirdly sensual. I'm like, what are you advertising? The Skittles? I don't know if I've seen a Skittles one. Um but I've even gotten some on here on Twitch where like I've gotten an ad and I'm like, what the fuck were they even trying to sell me? Like it was just some shirtless guy on a beach. What are they selling? Like and like there's no way that's effective advertising because if I can't even tell what you're advertising, you've just wasted your money on that slot completely, right? like like what are you trying to sell me? I do remember everybody making a weird gender issue of it when they tried to like de-yassify the green M&M. I don't even know how else to describe that. They like they de-yassified her. They took away her sass. I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, they like gave her like sneakers or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know. There was a lot of weird gender debate about it, and I'm like, dude, this is a piece of fucking chocolate. What is going on? Like, I'm the trans one, and I'm asking y'all why you're questioning the fucking gender of a piece of chocolate. Come on, come on. What is happening here? What is the state of the world right now? Like, dude, like, I guess to some extent, making like a sensual mascot for chocolate kind of makes sense because it's strongly associated with like romance and even like sexual situations. But like, dude, it's a circle. Full, it's a chocolate circle with candy coating. Like, I don't know. Anthropomorphic shit gets weird, man. Meanwhile, M&Ms were invented for the war. Like in terms of their company history, you could easily have like Steve Rogers, like, "Hi, I'm Captain America, and I like M&Ms," and that would make sense. That would actually make sense. Oh my god, I don't know. I'm on some other wavelength today after seeing that fucking. Did you guys see the Pokemon theme song thing? The government fucking the American military fucking. God, Nintendo, do your thing. Sue 'em. Like, if there's anybody to not fuck with, it's Nintendo, and then the military use the Pokemon theme song to promote their shit with cuts of ash in it and everything. How? How? Sue the pants off of them, Nintendo. I just had to ask Liminal if they saw that yet, because I didn't the military thing with the Pokemon theme. Because I didn't get to ask them yet about it since work. Yeah, it's specifically for ice, not even. And it's using the "you gotta catch 'em all" thing for fucking human beings. Like, we're talking about immigrants that they're talking about with this, and it's just the most disgusting thing I've seen in a long fucking time. And I'm like flabbergasted about it. I'm just so fucking flabbergasted. But if there's any company I would not fucks with in terms of IP rights, it's fucking Nintendo. You know? So, like, I kind of want to see how that goes down in court. I got something in my fucking eye. Hold on. I think I put on too much moisturizer and some got in my fucking eye. Sorry, guys. Ad break's about to end and I'm gonna be here like crying. Welcome back from ads, guys. Give me 1 second. I got something in my eye. I think I probably put on too much moisturizer. And then when I turned on the lights, I got like a tiny bit sweaty, and that was enough to like run some of the excess into my eye or something because it kind of burns. But I think I'm good now. Anyway, welcome back from ads. I was just shitting on the whole ice Pokemon scenario because we are apparently advertising crimes against humanity as fun anime moments now. Fucking love this song. Didn't they have like a lawyer with the last name Bowser or something? Is that guy taking on this case? Or is that the guy who sued them? I remember there was a lawsuit involving Nintendo and a lawyer with the name Bowser, and I don't remember if he was for or against Nintendo, but it was hilarious. Head of Nintendo America. Okay, John Bowser. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is an American issue, so it's probably going to be him involved in the lawsuit. It's going to be an interesting day in court. I cannot wait to fucking see it. Hi, Hairless. I was just saying how much I love this song. I almost wore a Fall Out Boy shirt today, but then I wore this shirt instead. I kind of wanted to show it to you guys. I just got it. I got it secondhand, and it's like so me. I love it. Here, let me switch so you guys can see it
Hairless
better.
doll has arrived.
It's got like suns and skulls and celestial shit and keys and moons and palmistry diagrams. Am I wearing a wig? No. Hold on, is it? This is my real hair. No, I'm not a rabbi. Oh, on my shirt? It's all little tiny designs. I don't know how easy it is to make out, especially if you're on mobile. But I like it. It's very me. I wear the beanie. Thank you. I wear the beanie because my headphones make my earrings sore, so it pads the headphones and my ears so that my earrings don't hurt. Although I put some new headphones on my Christmas list, so maybe I'll get those. Oh yeah, that's my headphones wire. Um, yeah, I also have a conch piercing, so in-ears don't work great, and I don't like how they feel after like more than like an hour. And I usually stream for a long time, so I try to prioritize comfort to some extent. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, which is part of why I got the beanie. It just makes it a lot comfier. A lot of people also don't realize how short my hair is because they only ever see it in a hat, and that's true even in real life, and I think that's kind of funny. I feel like I might have gone a little too curly textured with that one, but I might go back and redo it. I feel like it's always so hard to choose what to spend gift cards on. Oh, can you not reduce on the iPhone? When I watch on my Android, I can like make it tiny and stick it in the corner while I'm browsing. Ah, it's just being a hassle. I mean, Twitch Mobile sucks. How dare you, hairless's phone? Yeah, I have his face and stuff hidden since I'm working on like what's behind the head. All right, I'm adding flyaways to this little piece of hair. No, you can't see what I'm doing that great right now. It's this section here. And when I'm doing this, I switch between the lighter and dark colors a couple times because it gives it like natural variety to the hair. Hair has a lot of value variations, and that's part of what will make your hair look more natural, giving it variations in the strands. I'm also doing a lot of the streaking to texture the hair with the brush on 45% opacity rather than full opacity to get some natural variation just as I go over it again and again as a way to kind of fill in the range between the values I've chosen without having to manually color swap a million goddamn times. Just easier. I can't hear the Red Hot Chili Peppers anymore without thinking of all like the bad place points I must be getting because they went out of their way to mention like going to hell for listening to the Red Hot Chili Peppers several times throughout The Good Place. Several times. That ain't looking too bad. I also went on my website today and did a couple edits. For one, I finally added a slideshow for my information page that shows like some sketches and works in progress to show people what updates will look like. Additionally, I like to include that kind of stuff because I feel like eventually somebody's going to be like, that's AI. um, don't get me wrong. I am against generative AI being considered on par with professional art. I do not believe it should be used um for like business. I think it has some good purposes. For example, if somebody's not great at explaining stuff and they send me a reference that way, I don't really mind it. But because of generative image AI, there has been a lot of actual artists getting accused of like faking their skills, and I'm like, oh Christ. So if anybody pulls that with me, I've got my layer files, I've got my work in progresses, I've got my sketches, and I have my fucking VODs, so I can just show them me drawing it in real time. But not everything I draw is done on the stream, so I want to cover my ass for that kind of shit. It's a crazy timeline to be alive in. I think the funniest one I've seen yet in that vein is somebody accusing fan art of Gravity Falls being AI because Grunkle Ford had 6 fingers on each hand. For anyone who hasn't seen that show, he literally has 6 fingers on each hand. It's a mutation. It's acknowledged to the point where it's part of the fucking plot. Like, if you've seen the show, you can't miss that detail. Like, that would give me a fucking laugh. I'm not gonna lie. We'll definitely be able to combine some of these. Oh, geez. I'm not even sure what NCLEX is. Is that like a cosmetology license? That would make sense why there's hot wax. Is it a cosmetology license to do waxing? I don't know how that works. Oh, okay. Oh, with nursing, I feel like there's a lot of reasons to get wax on you. I don't know. Nursing is wild. Respect. Oh, Christ, Hairless. When's the last time you updated your fucking phone? I thought I was bad with that shit. I don't presently have a thing nagging me to update my phone, but I usually do. I just checked. I usually just dismiss it like, shut the fuck up. It doesn't help that it always happens in the middle of the night because they're like, oh, people won't be using their phone in the middle of the night, but I'm a fucking night owl. So it like ends up disrupting me in the middle of like whatever the fuck I'm doing. And with my ADHD, I do not like being disrupted needlessly. I am in the zone when I'm working on something, and I want to be able to stay in that zone, and I don't want to be interrupted, even if it's to fucking eat or drink or sleep. Like, let alone something as mundane as updating my goddamn phone. So, like, oh god. I am very bad about like getting fixated. It's a big thing for me where I will forget to eat, forget to drink, forget to take care of myself because I'm working on something. And I want to finish that before I do anything else, even if that project is unreasonably large for finishing in one sitting. Like if it doesn't have to be realistic for me to try to do that, I will get stuck on it. Zoom's disbelief at you being straight had me fucking laughing my ass off, dude. He's like, no, you hit on me all the. You could be bi, but you're not straight. And I'm like, bro, he's straight. He's just fucking with you. Like, he's like, no, I don't believe you. Like, he's so funny. We are getting hits in tonight. Yes, die on straight. Because like that's the thing a lot of cishet people don't realize about like homophobia and transphobia. You don't have to be gay or trans. It's whether they perceive you as gay or trans. And all of that's based on stereotypes, which, as we understand, are bullshit. There are some stereotypes that can have some degree of accuracy, but they are still stereotypes at the end of the day, even positive ones. And then if anybody who, like, even vaguely tips that line comes into encountering these people, they will behave with vitriol toward you because they will perceive you as like other or an enemy or something. And it does not matter if you identify as queer or not. You can't just look at them and be like, oh, actually I'm straight, and have them calm down. They'll think you're fucking lying. But like I can tell you personally, a lot of people are like, "Oh, why should I worry about trans issues? I'm not trans." Okay, there's been an increase in violence against women who look trans but do not identify, cisgendered women who do not identify as trans. Some of them might be like a little tomboyish or whatever. Sometimes they're just tall, and then people end up thinking that they're trans because there's like a, thing with heights and genders, and people don't think tall women fucking exist. And there's been a lot of women getting assaulted because of us, like somebody associating them with transness, and it's fucking crazy. We live in a fucking insane world. Yeah, there is a lot of misinformation going around about it right now because it's currently a hot button topic. And frankly, a lot of trans people are saying like they wish we went back to just experiencing erasure because it was easier than this. Like being acknowledged has come with nothing but violence for us so far. I think it depends, Dion. I think it depends on the circumstances and how it's handled, and whether it's run by fellow people of color or if it's being promoted as some sort of, like as some sort of attempt to like be like, look how diverse we are. Like there, that's very different than properly accrediting people. Yeah, generally, I don't try to change people's minds when I know that nothing's gonna happen. Because like a lot of attempts at including diversity have ended up just tokenizing people instead, and that's a problem in its own right. Hey, Incarna, how are you? Are you still on fucking hold? Hold on. Jesus Christ. How long's it been now? Like at least I don't know, how long's Sub been streaming for? At least like 3 hours minimum, maybe 4? I wasn't keeping that close attention, but Christ. But Christ, I can't blame you. That sucks. I always just go straight to YouTube and Reddit for this shit, because I feel like I get answers better that way than through any of the official forums. Dude, I'm so fucking sorry. Yeah, I mean, you were talking earlier about how it's like a complicated bullshit problem that's like relating to apps you don't even fucking have anymore. That's the kind of shit I find myself stumbling into often. I get the weirdest tech support issues. Jesus fucking Christ. And even reinstalling it didn't work. Or. Dude. My fingers are crossed for you, my friend. We are working on bits and pieces of this guy's hair. I'm not going to need them quite as separated as I have them right now, but right now I'm just kind of sectioning it off excessively. Um, I have his whole face hidden, so because I'm working on like what's behind the head. There, that's what he actually looks like. We gotta fill in his bald spot, and we're like giving him a little bit more length on the back of the head for his hair. It's gonna like be like about collarbone length ultimately, probably. And then we still need to shade the earrings, the clothes, and the hair itself when it's done. And I need to do toggle hands. But we are making solid headway on this guy. And we've been working on him for a while. So I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm doing next exactly. Although rigging this guy is gonna take me a fucking while. Yeah. I didn't even do that on purpose. But yeah, we are pretty solid on progress on this. I'm probably there's probably a couple things I'm gonna end up like refining a ways. I also have a lot of layers I'm going to be combining because right now I have like everything separate when it's really not necessary. I need to cut down on his outlines a bit too. After experimenting with rigging, I made them a little too thick. I'm gonna make them like half as thick as they are. And those aren't just drawn outlines in the traditional sense, so that'll be easy. It'll just be a little tedious. But yeah, I feel like we're not far off of not far off of getting into a refining this stage rather than a just making this. Yeah. So nobody's accused me of using AI, but people have had a spike in accusing actual artists of using AI. Um and that's been a real problem. Like some of these artists are the people who are being stolen from, and that's why the AI art looks like their stuff. And so I've been preemptively doing certain things to make sure people don't accuse my work of being AI. Like today, I uploaded work in progress pictures to my website. So if somebody comes across my website without having seen my Twitch or my YouTube and haven't seen me drawing it, they won't be able to think that because they'll see my sketches in pencil and everything. Um, Although I've seen some pretty crazy accusations about AI. Sometimes it's like, oh, there's a mistake there, so it's fake. And it's like, no, dude, that's the human element of art. There has been some really funny, like, fake songs coming out of it. I feel like if it's for like meme purposes, I don't really give much of a shit. But if you're trying to like sell this stuff, don't dude, artists are having a hard enough time. Don't sell fucking like AI shit. That's not. But yeah, people have gotten like AI accusation rabies, and they're accusing a lot of real artists of using AI. And so I'm just trying to, yeah, I'm trying to like plan ahead and be considerate of what people are using to accuse people of AI with versus what people are using to confirm the art is like legit. And I'm like, okay, well, if you think work in progress pictures and like screenshots in the editing program and stuff help, here you go. Those are on my website now too. Like, I'm trying to stay ahead of the curve, you know? It's a really weird time to be an artist. Because a lot of people really don't know how to identify AI. And they're either assuming everything's real or they're jumping to the conclusion that everything's AI. And we need a happy medium. Yeah. There has been some of that. Oh, Incarna. Fingers crossed. Yeah. There have been people who are intentionally drawing things wrong to make fun of AI, especially in like the web comics and stuff. People draw like extra fingers and fucked up teeth and stuff to like make fun of the stuff AI tends to fuck up the most. Or like the yellow filter thing. A lot of AI has a yellow filter on its image generation for whatever reason, and people are calling it the piss filter. Oh, you got hit with the new Windows now? Yeah, it's similar to the Mexico filter, but the Mexico filter is a little more orange. This is more pure yellow. Oh, hey, Hairless's update's finished. But yeah, weirdly enough, when it comes to the arts now, I feel like people need to prepare to be accused of being AI. I think it's a matter of time with any artist who manages to get any level of attention on their work now. And so, yeah, it's already really bad because there's a lot of people who can't tell AI, and they're either like everything is AI or nothing is AI, like they can't tell. So, and I've seen even like a lot of small artists accused of using AI. Like I kind of miss the days when everybody was just accused of tracing now. And even that I never understood. Like I don't think you should sell some if you trace something, you shouldn't sell it. But tracing can be a valuable way to practice. It depends on what you're practicing, it depends on what level you're at. Tracing can be a valid way to practice. And before this AI shit, it was always, oh, you're tracing. And I kind of miss that now. Like I even like way back when, and you're not gonna be able to dig this up because I got rid of all of it. There were things I posted on DeviantArt that said, like, this is photoshopped from existing images that can be found here. I'm learning how to Photoshop. And people would be like, you're stealing art. And I'm like, would you read the fucking caption? like, like I was learning. I'm like, you're yelling at like a 12-year-old who's learning Photoshop, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? like, DeviantArt was like the wild, wild west of art for a minute, though. Like, that shit was a mess. There's a reason nobody uses that platform anymore. Well, yeah, I mean, certain niches still do, but overall, it was kind of wild. I feel like I watched. Oh yeah, Banksy's a really interesting case. Banksy's a really interesting case, but yeah. Honestly, Banksy has some cool shit, and I like some of the political statements Banksy's made. There's been other times where Banksy's made something, and I'm like, this is just edgy. I don't really get the hype. Um, but I kind of dig some of Banksy's stuff. But Dismaland, what the fuck was that? If we're bringing up Banksy, I gotta say, what the fuck was that to Dismaland? Because that shit was so edgy. Basically. Do you guys remember that, or did you see that? It was when he did like an art amusement park, and he called it Dismaland, and it was just a bunch of edgy shit that was like, it was basically like the art equivalent of that old thing that went around like Tumblr and stuff, where it was like, actually Ed, and Eddie takes place in purgatory because like that's the fucking energy it had. It was honestly cringe. You're not wrong, but I can still judge. It's not like my judgment's gonna hurt Banksy or something. He's fine. He's fucking fine. Generally, I think he's done more good than cringe, but I did think Dismaland was insanely cringe. And I need to mention that. Spiritually, physically, I need to mention that. And yeah, Banksy's alive. There was there was a new Banksy painting like less than a month ago, I think. The one of the judge that got power washed down because it was too political for them. That's what art is, you fucking bastards. Yeah, I don't. Ugh. Things aren't looking good in terms of expression and art and stuff right now, you know? And in my opinion, we are really overdue for a renaissance. Where's the renaissance at? I'm still waiting for it. Like, we have food, we have medicine, we have more resources than ever before. We're just really bad at distributing them, so people need to suffer instead of just having a renaissance. It's right there. It's right there. Just do it. Just pay the people so they can get the things they need. Redistribute the goods. Renaissance time. It's that easy. I can express my anal gland. Ew. Ew. I mean, you're not wrong, but I've had a lot of pets. I've had some very nasty vet visits, you know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck, I've had 23 cats alone. Yeah, that's me. I fucking love cats. I only have 3 right now. I'm realistic about how many cats I can have, but over the course of my life, I've had 23 so far. I fucking love cats. But I've also had dogs, I've had turtles, I've had fish, I've had frogs, I've had a lizard, I've had rabbits, I've had hamsters, I've had all sorts of shit. I would like to own hedgehog one day. I like those little fuckers. I'd like to get a snake too. I'd love like a hog nose. Those guys are fucking adorable. Dion as a pet? That's kinky. You gonna put him on a leash and give him walkies? I love snakes. I think they're very interesting creatures. If I like owned you specifically requested a collar. I have proof. We were texting about it. This design originally only had the 3 dangling necklaces, and you said, can we add a collar to it? You requested the collar. That's on you. I sent him a sheet with like 9 different outfit ideas on it. And he was like, I like that outfit the most, but can we add a collar? Oh my god, Dion. You can't fuck with me. I remember everything. I am ungaslightable. But Incarna, I'm glad it's going well so far. Yeah, you want you were very non-specific about most things, but you did want the collar. You wanted the V, and you were specific about the eyes and about like having a like red glint and a generally black and red color scheme. And I accounted for all of those. as well as the whole Grecian theme. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious though. Yeah, I need to add the thing still. I'm actually going to make a note of that to myself. Also, guys, I'm super, super excited. Probably next week, maybe the week after, depending on how his schedule goes. Painted King is going to be working on a piece for me, and it's going to be like a depiction of me and his style in his RPG world, and I'm so fucking excited. He's doing these redeems called Painted Puppets. And well, that's it. It's a working title. It's a working title technically, but I don't know. It's kind of stuck, so I think he's stuck with it. And I kind of hope he's stuck with it because I'm the one who came in with it. But anyway, he has these redeems, and they're expensive. They're 150,000 channel points, but it's for good reason. It's because he will do you a commission basically, and he does them as like characters in the RPG Painted Kingdom, his community. And when you send a special message, like a highlighted message, it pops up on his overlay with the text, like an RPG character speaking would. And I think that's so freaking cool. And the original concept was likenesses, although some people didn't want to use their likeness, so they kind of just like did different stuff. And I was like, no, I like the concept. And it's supposed to like represent me anyway, since it's stuff I'm saying in chat. So I'm going for a likeness. And I'm really excited. And no, I'm not going to have a mustache. Did you like my drawn on mustache that much? I went to a speakeasy themed party, and I decided to wear my suit and draw a mustache on and put on a top hat for it because that was like the most speakeasy esque thing I had. And I wore suspenders too, and I brought a flask. Um, he does draw facial hair well. I love everything about his art. He's fantastic. You guys should follow Painted King. He's the best. Also, this band is so emo, and they're one of my favorites in the world. I got a tattoo for these guys. I'm also trying to learn more about digital art from PK because I always considered myself more of a traditional artist. But when you're selling traditional art, you have to deal with a lot more logistics. You have to deal with packaging, you have to deal with shipping, you have to figure out how to insure things or replace them if they're damaged. And um I didn't really have the money to put toward that kind of stuff. You want a little cushion of cash when you're dealing with those kinds of logistics. And so I decided to bust out my digital skills instead. Technically the tattoo I have for this band is a quote about God, so that's kind of funny. That was one of their new ones though. They released a new album recently and I love it. It's fantastic. Ooh, this playlist is hitting today, man. It's the same songs as always, but this shuffle is a good one. Oh, excuse me. I fucking love Muse. It's a nice one. Mine is the last line of a stanza, so it was meant to encompass the entire stanza, but I didn't nearly have enough room for all of that. So I just went with the last line of it to encompass the whole thing. And it's from the song The Surgeon and the Scientist by La Dispute. And the line I have tattooed on me is "Let him hear us speak." But like I said, that's the final line of a whole stanza that I really love. Yeah. Yeah, that was like a big problem for me. I had several quotes from them that I wanted, but most of them were too long. So I ended up going for this one, not necessarily because it was my favorite, but because it fucking fit. Though I do feel it personally and all of that. Like I didn't just randomly picked, but yeah, it was a part of a whole fucking verse that I was able to encompass in a few words, and I'm like, that's gonna have to do it because everything else I wanted was too long. I want one by them on my thigh as well. Um, and that line I'm probably gonna have to figure out how to shorten as well. But the part I really would like to get, and I'm putting it on my thigh to try and have enough space for all of it, is we are not our faulty pieces. We are not our rusted parts. It's not the petty imperfections that define us, but the way we hold our hearts. And that's something I want as a tattoo as well. That's what I fucking mean. And I also think it's kind of ironic because I have a fucking heart condition. So, like, the whole, like, petty imperfections, not our hearts thing is like, oh, actually, my heart's kind of fucked up. But, like, I really like it. I like the irony. I love the poem that it's from. I love everything about it. But it's long. It's gonna have to take up my whole ass thigh. Because especially because I'm a skinny bitch, it's not like I've got a lot of room to work with. But as of right now, depending on who you ask, I have 4 or 5 tattoos. One is like a pair that I got done at the same time. They do not touch, but they match each other and they mirror each other, and I got them done at the same time. So some people say that that's one tattoo in 2 places, and then other people say that's 2 tattoos. So depending on who you ask, I have 4 or 5. And I want to get 9 or 10 more piercings. Yeah, see, that's how I think of it in Karna, but, you know, some people are weird about it. Yeah, I say I think 5, but I've had enough people get weird with me about it that I'm just like, 4 or 5. I know exactly what line you're referencing, but out of context, that's very funny. Would you get an Arctic Monkeys tattoo? I really like them personally, but Chrono gave me so much shit for liking them. It was hilarious. He made fun of me until I explained to him why I like them, and then he was like, "Okay, you get a pass." Oh yeah, what were you thinking, Incarna? I have so many ideas. I did. If you're not aware, I did train to be. Well, yeah, I know you know, but for anybody here who's hanging out, listening in, and isn't aware, I was training to be a tattoo artist before COVID happened. So tattoos are like something I've always loved and I've always wanted, and I've always wanted a lot of them. it's just expensive. And tattoos are one of those things you do not want to cheap out on. You do not want to cheap out on a tattoo. You get what you pay for. Because I've known a lot of people who are like, yeah, I got this from a boy. It didn't cost me too much money. Check it out. And it's like the worst tattoo I've ever seen. And they're like, I could give you his number if you want. And I'm like, homie, please don't grace my phone with that fucking hex. Like, that's cool. I like game tattoos. I have a tattoo for Undertale. I think things that make you happy are an excellent category for things to get as tattoos. Bonus points if they're also pretty. Like, I like sunflowers. They make me happy. And they're pretty. So I want some sunflower tattoos. A cute little bonfire tattoo would be nice. Bonus points if you're also into like camping or hiking or any sort of outdoorsy stuff. That makes sense, Dion. Like, if it's like a good artist that you are also friendly with, that's one thing. But I've known way too many people where they're like, yeah, I got this from a boy. He's a kitchen magician. Isn't it fantastic? It was only $100, and it's the worst thing you've ever seen. Like, I'm not. Like, it's like, sir, I'm pretty sure that's infected right now. Like, go to a doctor. Like, when you have face piercings, people get really bold with the shit that they show you because they like know that you're alternative, and sometimes they'll assume that you're alternative in the same vein they are when you're not. But they also assume you know a lot about body modification. There's a lot of people who get piercings and tattoos and have no idea how to take care of them. Sometimes they just luck out on having healthy tats and piercings. But the amount of people who have like shown me their tits to be like, do these nipple piercings look infected to you? And I'm like, yes, go to a fucking doctor. It's not fun. I don't want to see infected nipples, but people have fucking shown me. People have fucking shown me. Like, they're like, oh, you have tattoos. I bet you know about this. And I'm like, dude, go to a fucking... Do I look like a medical professional? Do you go to a goddamn doctor? Saline ain't fixing that. When you get a... I'm telling you, when you get a couple face piercings, people get real bold. Ew, Dion. Yeah, there was one time where I was in school suspension, and some girl in school suspension showed me her tits to ask if her nipple piercings looked infected to me, and they were. Like, it's happened to me more than once. It's not just one time either. Like, I can't make this shit up. I kind of liked suspension though. I could just draw the whole time. I was like, how is this a punishment? This is great. But like, whoever came up with in school suspension, lady, you're in school, yeah. Whoever came up with in school suspension and thought, yeah, that sounds like a punishment, was not a rebellious teenager. Like, Like you are making me skip class? Oh no. Like what the fuck? I never understood that. Would have been a lot more effective to like make me do math. I'll do anything to not do math or play chess. I'll do anything to not play chess. I'm on a Wednesday. I'm glad you love chess. I don't understand it. I'm too stupid for chess. And I get frustrated. And the last time I played chess, I won because I didn't know what I was doing to the point where the person who I was playing against couldn't strategize against me, and I coincidentally won. And so now I need to never play chess again so I can die on a win streak. I don't feel like remembering how all the pieces move. I know it's not actually a lot to commit to memory, but it feels like it. Masky, how was D&D? I don't know why those are so delayed every time. I need to like
The real Masky
did I like put a
VA420
delay
has
in there by
arrived.
mistake or something? I need to look at those. I feel like it really depends on who I was playing. Like on an in-game level, the reaction would vary greatly across my characters. And I've got a lot of characters. But I'd probably in out of game laugh my fucking ass off that somebody's been hiding a severed head this whole time. Like yeah, that was my question, Diana. I was going to follow that up with does it smell? Like how did you not like to quote Always Sunny in Philadelphia, did you think of the smell, you bitch? There are spells though that can prevent that kind of thing, so it's possible that it was preserved in some way or even just salted. Tell the DM? Okay, you need to at least tell the DM. The DM needs to be aware. Gas Ziploc baggie. No, I know. So when you said you didn't even know it was there, I'm like, they need to tell the DM. They need to tell you. Like, like if you keep it secret from the players, that's one thing. I don't know. I'm also like really weird with items in D&D. Like I'm the asshole who asks like, "Oh, can I bring this harmless personal item that seems totally normal?" And I have like a dozen nefarious intentions for it. Like one of my characters, and this was not in D&D. This was in a game that's set more modernly. One of my characters brought nail polish to boarding school with her because she's girly and she wanted to like decorate herself. But in my mind, I was like, I can use them for like marking things. If I'm like going through tunnels or caves, I can use them to figure out which paths I've already traversed. I can do this, I can do that. I have like a dozen plans for a bottle of nail polish. Like I also specified that her reusable water bottle was one of the ones you cannot see through, for consideration of like smuggling and stealing things. I was like, it's one of those practical metal ones, you know? Jesus Christ. Okay. I think Joey had a game once where everyone covered themselves in mayonnaise from the alchemist jar because they didn't. There was like a poison cloud effect, and they were like, if it can't touch our skin, it can't poison us. Let's do what amphibians do. Let's make ourselves slimy. And I'm like, ugh, like, ew, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, can you even waterboard someone with mayo? Isn't it too thick for that? I have questions. I mean, okay. Don't judge me for this. Y'all know I'm a D&D player. I feel like if any sort of torture is pull-offable with mayonnaise, it's either one of those things with the like starving rats that eat through a person, or like scaphism. I could see one of those working with mayonnaise. I cannot see waterboarding working with mayonnaise. Does that make sense? Yeah, scaphism. It's a specific type of torture. It's actually one of my like favorite super fucked up ways they used to kill people. And the fact that I have favorites goes to show what a weirdo I am about history and D&D and stuff. Um but in scaphism, you would yeah, favorite. You'd cut open you'd hollow a log and you cut it in half so that you have like basically like a hot dog bun out of a log. And you'd put a person in there and you'd tie it up around them and you would force them to eat a shitload of honey and milk and you'd pour it on them too. And then you'd float them out on a bog. And with all the honey and milk, they'd shit themselves like crazy and attract nasty, nasty insects. And they'd just be floating on the bog water, getting fucking attacked by insects. And if you didn't die, they'd come back and they'd give you more milk and honey and they'd keep it going. It was really fucked up. Really fucked up. But a real thing from history. And yeah, that's scaphism. You know, in all my years of D&D, I know some torture methods. Why torture when you can just call me hairless? Are you trying to imply that speaking to you is torture, or are you trying to imply that we need better hobbies? I'm not sure which. It's a 50-50 in my mind. Yeah, yeah, Doob doesn't really get your your sillyisms, your hairless isms. But I get you, hairless. You know I'm always right there in chat, like, this is what hairless meant. One sec, guys. Sorry, Liminal fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh shoot, we gotta feed the cats." On the couch, right over there. They got one of those tortilla blankets for their birthday, and they're just wrapped up like a burrito. It's really soft too. It's a really cool blanket, and it's super soft, and it's actually round, and it just looks like a big tortilla. It's great. And it even came wrapped in tinfoil like a burrito. Yeah, yeah, it came rolled up and wrapped in tinfoil like a fucking burrito, bro. It's a great blanket. I'm not sure how to fold it though. Like I'll just be honest. I have no idea how to fold it. Gotta keep it warm. I mean, I've mentioned before that my house is really old. We have radiators, so sometimes I throw a towel on the radiator when I'm in the shower. If only if it's like going to be a short shower, obviously. And then when I get out, it's all nice and warm. Ugh, it's the best. I love this old house. I just like generally find old houses are cozier and they have more character. Modern builds have cut corners so hard that it's just a mess. No, I actually like my house. I do just rent, but like, I like this place. Oh yeah, I think it is tomorrow. I saw something about it on Blue Sky earlier. Yeah. I wonder if he's planning to stream for it or anything. I haven't heard anything about that. If any of us can, I think you're among the closest. Throw in one pop punk song, but insist it's punk. Just for me, please. Oh, yeah, Pippin's been here the whole time. Muse knows how to like hit the spot when it comes to like good brain feels. Spinning cannonball off the roof. Oh my gosh. I accidentally skipped that one before in my head. I apologize, Pippin. I got like another badge from YouTube Music. Like, you're one of Muse's top listeners. I'm like, I know. I know. I get this every month. Dion. How personally called out. Oh my god. And when I got like all the emo playlists, I was like, okay, you're judging me. Jesus Christ. If I use Spotify, I'd definitely get that too. I guess YouTube Music doesn't have that feature. Like I even made a playlist called Emo Christmas, and I put all the most depressing Christmas songs I could find on there. And one is by Dallin Weeks. The same guy as IDK How and the Brobacks. He's on this playlist a lot. Y'all have definitely heard him. I put one of his solo covers that's not like with a band. It's just like him fucking around and doing his thing. Actually, it's an original song. It's not a cover, but it's just like him fucking around doing his own thing. It's a solo thing, not connected to his bands. So it's not going to come up if you look up IDK How or the Brobacks or whatever. He did a song called Please Don't Jump, It's Christmas. And that's on that bitch. Ooh, I do have to add that. Thank you. I actually have been meaning to expand that playlist. There's actually multiple Dallin Week songs on there. He writes really sad shit about Christmas, and I really don't like Christmas, and sometimes it gets me in my feels. I like having that shit to listen to for when I'm in my feels, you know. Oh my god, it's great. Liminal actually loves Christmas. Liminal fucking loves Christmas. And I'm happy that they do. I'm a little bit of a bah humbug bitch, you know. I just hate how fucking commercial it is. And then there's all the like family shit, and y'all know my family situation's a whole mess, and I'm like, not for me. I've been trying to be more chill with Christmas though. Like I don't want to be miserable every year, you know. I'm trying to like become amicable with Christmas. You know, we're divorced, but we need to be chill for the co-parenting, you know? Like Whoa, Sir Pippin, why are you pink now? And yeah, Coke has done some weird shit with Santa Claus. If you if you actually look into it, he is a saint. He is a saint per Catholicism. And the every saint needs a miracle. They need some sort of act that they did that is considered miraculous. And um he brought he brought dismembered pickled children back to life. You can look that up. Also, hairless don't eat the dismembered pickled children. Like that, you'll probably get some kind of weird illness. I know you like pickles, but these are children. She's gonna spill the pickled children juice on the keyboard. Yeah, Masky Santa Lord does go fucking hard. And like I was like, wait, is that where the pickle ornament thing comes from? When I first learned. So I like to think they're connected, even though they're not. Ooh, Sir Pippin. Yeah, now you're red. Are you just having fun with your colors? Oh, now you're blue. Okay, hairless. Everybody's going red just to fuck with me, apparently. If you do that, you're not allowed to get mad if I mix people up. Also, guys, oh god, everyone's red now. Everyone's red now. If any of you guys know an artist who uses VGen to promote their stuff, I would really appreciate it if y'all could put in a good word for me. I'm trying to get a code to get on their website and start doing commissions through them too. It's quite the reputable website, but you do need a code from an artist who sells on there already if you want to make an account. And now that I'm moving into VTubers, I feel like it's a good site for me to be on. Oh yeah, hairless? What'd you find scary about it? No, it's nothing like OnlyFans. It's just like an art selling site that is like gaming geared, like things that involve rigging and meshes and stuff like that. But VTubers are all over it. Um, and then like a lot of 3D artists, things like that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm not making an OnlyFans. People think that that's an easy way to make money, but it's not. OnlyFans is actually a lot like Twitch. Either you blow the fuck up because you get lucky, or you already have a platform and you make a shitload of money, or you exist and you're lucky if you get some viewers, and you need to build and you need to work constantly to get your stuff out there and to get more viewers. It's a crapshoot, honestly. Um There's like this weird misconception that it's easy, and that is not true. Yeah, I'm trying to expand. I need the money. Like I don't want to sound impolite or unprofessional or whatever. I'm trying to expand to get more commissions and things and get my art out there more. That was always the intention of the channel. I've met fantastic people and I've made wonderful friends, and that's great. But I'm trying to get more people who want art too, and not just people who wanna hang. And I super appreciate both. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. Everybody who comes here does help to support me, and I appreciate that so much. But I'm trying to expand, broaden my horizons, bring even more people into the crew, make that fucking bag. You know what I'm saying? Diane. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm trying to establish more customers. Um, Hairless, I'm gonna get back to you with sketches on that soon, and we can totally get started on that. I got a bit wrapped up in the world of learning about rigging for a minute there, and that's on me. But the economy's a fucking disaster right now, and I don't know what to do except for hustle. So that's what I'm trying to fucking do. So yeah, if anybody knows anyone selling on VGen who would be down to hook me up with a code, that would be fucking awesome. I am trying to post promotions more and get more onto the marketing side of things now that my stream is in a place that I'm happy with. Try to move from one thing to the next and keep building up. I am going to be doing a limited time offer on VTubers. My first X number, probably like my first 5, this one included, are going to be going for lower prices to help me get experience under my belt. And then after that, they're going to go up a good bit because they take a lot of work, I'm not going to lie. And I've been learning that shit pretty quickly, I think. So, I'm offering pretty high quality work for very reasonable prices simply in the name of adding more to my portfolio. I, I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I think I think people are worried about the wrong things when it comes to body insecurities. It ain't about the tools, it's about the performance. You feel me? Yeah, I mean, there's this weird dichotomy uh that I've noticed in particularly in straight people, but I think it exists in everyone, where a lot of people seem to think that what they find, like, what they want from their body is like to be more muscular and stuff is also what, like for example, if men start hitting the gym and they're like, what the hell, I'm not getting hit on more and I'm like ripped now, isn't this the thing that people find sexy? Like, that's a misconception, actually. uh Generally speaking, and this is based on studies and stuff, people who men who work out are more inclined to be complimented and approached by other men, and um they think they're doing it to get attention from the opposite sex, when really all it's going to do is bring them attention from the same sex. And it's this weird phenomenon where, like, when men think women want something from their partners, it's actually what men like the look of in each other. And there are things that women like about appearances that are things that only other women are going to appreciate, really. And obviously that's not true of everyone. It's kind of a generalization, but it is one that's founded in reality. And it's kind of interesting how, like, I think it's a result of socialization. Socialization causes us to look for different things. And men are socialized being told that they need to be strong and they need to be capable and supportive in those ways, when a lot of women modernly really want a man who's, like, emotionally intelligent and available for that kind of stuff. And it's kind of interesting how that works to me. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you'll see the same thing where it's like dudes will be posting like, women, we don't like this, about like heavy makeup and stuff, and it's like, well, that's actually not for you. That's self-expression. But you're misinterpreting it as it trying to be an attraction thing. A lot of stuff is like misinterpreted as trying to be an attraction thing. Um it's weird. I don't know. It's something I've been like thinking about. I feel like I'm not phrasing it well, but it's an interesting phenomenon. Yeah. Yeah. There's never going to be any one way that people work, but generally I think that the way we're socialized, based on different cultures, on different gender ideology, etc., leads to some interesting stuff like that, that is just, I don't know, cool to think about. I feel that, Pip. I'm oblivious as hell myself. This is the synth battle song from the regular show, by the way, if anybody can't put their finger on it. Oh, you guys all being red is fucking with me. I'm gonna have to start remembering you by your fucking badges. Get the fuck out of here, hairless. Also, if you were all named Dion, that would be confusing. Who do I give this drawing to? I might just mix up your emails and send it to the wrong person. I would never do that. Dion has paid way too much money for this for me to fuck it up. Oh god, it is way too early for Christmas in chat. Listen. Y'all can do your Christmas shit the day after Thanksgiving. Okay, that's my cutoff. Thanksgiving. Okay. Christmas isn't allowed to take up a whole quarter of the fucking year. And if y'all think that's cool, y'all can go to the goddamn North Pole. Like, I don't understand why Christmas has to dominate half the fucking year. No, my cutoff isn't Halloween. My cutoff is fucking Thanksgiving. It's the fall. It's the fall. Let me have my pretty crunchy leaves and my autumn colors and my hot chocolate, and people can have their fucking pumpkin spice. I'm not into pumpkin spice, but y'all can fucking have it. And then after Thanksgiving, y'all can bust out the Christmas shit, okay? Like, my cutoff is not Halloween. It's fucking Thanksgiving. I don't think I count as a weeb anymore. I don't know. I don't like. I still know like Nani and all that shit, but like, I don't really watch enough anime to call myself a weeb anymore. Oh, I love this song. I love songs about stalkers. I don't know. I feel like Zoob might be the bigger weeb. I've known bigger weebs though, but not ones that you guys would know. Not like through Twitch, but in real life. And I can't just full name drop people on Twitch, unfortunately. Oh god, hentai. The number of dumbass fucking things I have had to hear people claim about female anatomy because of fucking hentai is the most insane shit ever. And it's so pervasive. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. These crazy misconceptions people get from hentai about sex. Like, watch. I'm begging you guys to watch real porn. And even then, real porn is faked. But you'll at least get somewhat of a better idea. You know what? Even better, throw on some amateur porn. Like, well, Dion, do you watch hentai? He's from the home planet of Bukake. If anyone knows where that quote is from, you get bonus points. I don't know how I'm going to give you bonus points, but you get them. There's no points here, but you're going to get them if you know where that quote is from. Not South Park. I don't like South Park. I don't watch South Park. Um, I think they punch down too frequently. Is that the one with the like slow mo titty flop where one goes up and one goes down, even though in terms of physics that makes no sense? They just like, and the bullet goes in between, because I've seen that shit. Yep, yep, yep. I knew as soon as you fucking said it what you were talking about. I've seen so I'm on men drawing women on Reddit, and that shit makes its rounds all the time. All the time. Oh, it's from High School of the Dead. That doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think I've seen it in context, but I've seen it taken out. And I've seen pieces of High School of the Dead, and yeah, that makes sense. Also, hold on, I have a message from Dion. What did you send me? Oh, a response to okay. Yep. Thank you for that. Ugh, High School of the Dead is so bad. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dion. Shit, I need more vape juice. And Liminal went to bed early because Liminal was up early for work. Give me 1 second. Like, I'm not even going to switch to my BRB. I'm just going to grab something from the other side of that monitor. I just need to stand up to reach it. It's my tummy that gets called out and not my ass. I'm wearing sweatpants right now. It's not exactly flattering. I'm not waking up Lim. They need to sleep. I just needed to grab my vape juice, and normally I'm just like, "Hey, Lim, could you pass me that?" But Lim is ass the fuck out right now. Oh my god. I can't not whistle along to that. It's mandatory. And if you guys aren't aware, I'm actually really good at whistling. Also, I think that one that just sent is my favorite automated message because I tried to phrase them all in like ways that are a little bit silly, but that one's my favorite. This memory. Why would you do that to Pippin? He's so wholesome. He's so wholesome. Community porn movie night? Only if it's something really, really shitty. Like Edward Dildo Fingers. That's the Edward Scissorhands porno. Yeah, Edward Dildo Fingers. I only like porno covers of things if they're so lame it's hilarious. Because otherwise, why do I give a shit? I'd rather read fan fiction and imagine it. Personally, my mental image is gonna look more like whatever I want than whoever is dressed the part. But I guess if you can't visualize, I don't know. Oh yeah, that was supposed to happen, huh? Ugh. People just keep predicting the end of the world and it never happens. It's nobody's gonna be able to predict exactly when the sun's gonna blow up and take us all if we don't fucking mass extinction ourselves before then. Yeah, I don't think any of us are getting raptured. But if that means them fuckers leave us alone and we can figure our own shit out, I'm kind of okay with it. I'm very tired of people telling me about God's opinion of my body and lifestyle. You guys know this is Patrick Stump? This is off of his solo album that he worked on when Fall Out Boy was on hiatus. Oh god, I'm gonna get the rating now. Have a good poop, Pippin. Leave me and my hentai alone, Jesus. I really don't think Jesus would give that much of a shit about porn, to be honest. I mean, he was known to hang out with sex workers and stuff. I really don't think he'd care about porn. If he was even fucking real, which is still strongly debated. Yeah, obviously he loved porn if he died for it. What's your favorite Jesus? My favorite Jesus is the one who braids whips. There's a lot of debate as to whether Jesus was a real human being in history. Some things suggested he was real, some things suggested he wasn't. Most things seem to think that it was actually a few people who were doing activism in the activism in the region at the time, and that they just got like mixed up with one another because it's not like they could like send a photograph. It was word of mouth. I think that's probably most likely, that there was a few activists who were like conflated into one person. I haven't looked into it in a while though. I will be honest about that. I'm not trying to spread misinformation or something. You know what? I need to add Caro Caro Bonito to this playlist. I've been trying to think of bands to add, and I think they would fit the vibe perfectly. Yeah, that's a good Jesus. I really like braiding whip Jesus. I feel that spite. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I like to picture Jesus in a tuxedo t-shirt with like a band of angels, and I'm in the front row. Somebody should know that quote. That's a more popular one. Burning Bush Moses. Yes, that is Talladega Nights. Can you Santa? I don't know. Can you bring the pickle boys back to life? Not yet. My brain is just a repository of movie quotes, I swear to God. Well, Hairless, if you want to be Santa, you need to save the pickle boys. It's required. Yeah, but you know I love to cause chaos. If you're Santa, you need to save the pickle boys. It's a required step on the journey to becoming Mr. Claus. Oh, hold on. It's autosaving. Um, in Catholicism, uh, he's Saint Nick, right? Santa Claus is a nickname, but it stands for Saint Santa. Um, and in Catholicism, to become a saint, you need to perform some sort of miracle. Uh, there, there's a lot of miracles about like health and like shit like that. Usually it involves like curing someone's medical problems. And Santa Claus found a butcher shop in which they had like a barrel that he thought had like a negative aura. Like I don't know how to describe that better than that. He thought it had a bad aura. He didn't like the juju. And he was like, the fuck's up with that barrel? And the butcher was like, oh, it's just some pickles. They didn't go good. Like, I'm gonna get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, like, I need to see what's in that barrel. And he demanded to see, and he broke into the barrel, and it was full of dismembered little boys who had been pickled. And his saintly miracle is that he brought them back to life. That is what Santa Claus did to become a saint, according to Catholicism. So you gotta save the pickle boys if you want to be Santa Claus. Yeah, he just and like there's no mention of how long they were allegedly dead or anything. Like we're talking about pieces of corpses that have been pickled in brine. Brought it back. I don't know what to tell you. Makes me ugly laugh. Yeah, he pretty much was a necromancer according to his lore. In addition to that, it's okay, so like you know how like for anybody who's not familiar with Catholicism, I was raised Catholic. I'm not Catholic, but I was raised Catholic. Um for anybody who's not familiar, they tend to keep the bodies of saints. They're very valuable. People have stolen body parts of saints and sold them and allegedly claim they have like crazy miracle cures and stuff. And allegedly Saint Nick's bones uh oozed healing juice. There's no better way to say it. There's no better way to say it. Um so that's a thing that is in Catholic lore. However, if you ask for proof, they'll tell you they don't have it because his bones were stolen. His bones were stolen. Somebody stole Santa Claus's bones. Oh my god, dude. Human beings are fucking weird, and we've done a lot of weird shit throughout the years. This is another one of the new Law Dispute songs. I love this song. It's kinky. Even the title is pretty kinky, honestly. What? Okay, so I love Castlevania. And when I say that, I mean the show on Netflix, which is based on the game series. I did not love Castlevania Nocturne, which was a successor. It wasn't nearly as good. However, one thing it had going for it was that... Welcome back, Sir Pippin. One thing Castlevania Nocturne had going for it, even though it was generally much weaker than Castlevania, period, the show, was that they had that crazy French bitch who had her husband's decapitated head preserved because she couldn't mourn him properly. And so she just carried his fucking head around. And one of the vampires in the show was a fancy French woman who was carrying a severed head. And I'm like, that's the head bitch. That's her. Like, I thought that was funny. But I didn't like Nocturne nearly as much as Castlevania. It was eh. You don't mean Lenore, do you? My god, Dion, you were really into the toxic ones. Yeah, Pippin's back. He went poop. Dude. Dude, did you miss the scene? Content warning. Content warning. Content warning. Did you miss the scene where she literally rapes a man? Like, bro. Bro, I know you like toxic bitches, but Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Ah! That's a fucked up joke. Oh my god. I can't even. Yeah. Yeah, that show does have a sexual assault scene. I've watched it several times. I have basically the whole show memorized. It does have a sexual assault scene. It's a fantastic show, but it does have a sexual assault scene. One thing I will say, at least it was plot relevant. There was ultimately a point to that scene. It was in for a reason. I am very, very tired of sexual assault scenes just being filler. Like, don't that is not something that should be used as filler. That, frankly, it's something that shouldn't really be used in television much in the first place, in my opinion. But like, at least they had some sort of actual fucking purpose for it. Yeah, they had slavery. They there's a that show dealt with a lot of fucked up heavy things, and so I wasn't terribly surprised when there was a sexual assault in it. But I will say I've seen a lot of shows that legit just have sexual assault for filler, and it's like, that's not cool. That's just like suffering porn. Ugh. Yep. Yep. That was a thing. Yeah, Game of Thrones is exactly what I mean. Like, I think if you're gonna depict something that is that level of heavy content in media, it needs to have some sort of reason to be there. Like, The Handmaid's Tale is making a point about feminism using that kind of violence as a platform, right? There's a purpose to it. In Castlevania, they do have a sexual assault scene, but there is a plot progressing purpose to it. And so, like, at least it has a reason to be there and isn't like Game of Thrones, which is just suffering porn. And none of that was even in the fucking books. They just added it in, which goes to show a lot about the people who were involved in the rewriting and direction of that in show form versus the book, in my opinion. And it's fucking disgusting to me. Oh my god, Dion. I like possums. They're cute. I had the fattest possum in my trash at my old place. Hey, where'd the music go? What the heck, Aquabats? You okay? That was weird. Oh, there's my alarm reminding me to take my meds. If y'all need your meds, take them now. Oh, shoot. I left them on the fucking coffee table. Ugh, let me get up again. All right, fam. Don't call me your bro, man. You know those stupid things where people keep like, "Don't call me your man, guy. Don't call me your guy, pal." Like that just popped in my head. Shoot, you know what? I kind of have to pee, and we're in the middle of an ad break, so I'm gonna do that. Ooh, that's not what I meant to click. I'm gonna do that now before people get back from ads. Sorry. Be right back. Welcome back, guys. I just came back from the restroom myself. Okay, there we are. All right. Needed that restroom break. Now we're back at it. I mean, it was a pee. I urinated. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Oh, shoot. You know what I forgot to do at the beginning of stream? That looked like it was really loud for no reason. I'm so sorry. But we met our follower goal. We're at over 250 followers now. And I'm super stoked about that. And let's start the next one for 260. We're 8 short. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why that was. Hold on. Let me go under my events. Goal ended. Yay, confetti! Play sound. Edit. Turn that down. Okay, let's see. This is almost all the way down. How does this sound? Oh yeah, I got a big emote, and that is what finally did it. Kissy, hi! How are you? You're sleepy? Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, let me save that. It must have turned its own volume up somehow. That kind of shit happens sometimes. But now that effect is turned down, the others should be fine. But hi, Kissy. It's nice to see you in here. I hope you're having a good sleepy. Okay, let's... yeah, it wanted to yell. It was fine last time it went off. I don't know why. But hey. We have surpassed 250 followers, and to me that feels like it went really quickly. I know there's some people who explode on Twitch, but compared to like the normal experience, I feel like that was pretty quick. Thank you guys so much for always hanging out and always supporting me. I appreciate you all so much, and I hope you all know that. Maybe it heard me talking about my tattoo, and it was like, oh, you have "Let Them Hear Us Speak" tattooed on you? Well, I'm gonna fucking scream. Is ASMR that popular here on Twitch? It's not really a thing that I involve myself in. Personally, I find that kind of stuff usually sets me on edge. So I don't really watch it. But wow, that's pretty interesting. Oh, like they Is it ASMR to set yourself on fire or something? Is self-immolation ASMR? But yeah, I hope y'all know how much I appreciate y'all stopping by here, taking time out of your day to spend with me. Oh, do you mean hot tub streams? That shit's funny. I don't understand why they allow hot tub streams, but I'm not allowed to do an anatomy study on stream. It's a drawing. Calm down. Nobody's fucking naked. Guess it makes them too much money to say no to. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I guess there probably was a decent amount of people streaming that kind of stuff on, like, that kind of art on here. But I'm not, I'm just looking, like, literally, I just want to do, like, anatomy studies and, like, like, form studies and stuff, and I can't do that. Not on Twitch. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people advertise their Patreons for that kind of content. I don't know, maybe a Patreon is something I would consider doing down the line. But Patreon is supposed to be bonus content, and I feel like right now I'm like barely even churning out regular content. You know? I'm like more. Oh, where do people find the time? Like, also Zoob would kill me. Do you remember how he reacted that one time when I mentioned Mpreg? Oh, that was hilarious. Dude, he was like, "Don't draw me pregnant." Like he like it was hilarious. Like lovingly, it was hilarious. Zoob is great. I told him he must have forgotten. I told him it was you that commissioned it. I wanted to make sure you were properly credited. It was technically your idea. So, like, I did say that. He better not test you. Oh my god. Morally, I don't think I can draw him pregnant because he got very upset about the joke. But I can do other funny things. Nothing that'll actually hurt his feelings, you know? That's the line. I try to have morals. It is increasingly difficult to have morals in the world we live in, but I try. Oh my god. Just like him as like a little like kindergarten teacher with like a like Miss Frizzle planet tie, and we're all just like throwing tantrums. And he's trying so hard to read story time. Like God, this baseline gets me every time. Such a good baseline. Like wearing little eggs. I was already in an egg once, okay? That's a trans joke for anyone who doesn't get that. We refer to trans people who haven't figured out that they're trans yet as eggs, and when they realize that they're trans, they hatch. Um, so like it's like the closet for trans people, but it's not about coming out; it's about figuring it out. So that's like the distinction. Yeah, we call baby trans people who haven't figured it out yet eggs. And I'm always happy to answer any questions. The only time I get frustrated is when you can tell that the question isn't coming from a place of trying to understand. You know what I mean? Like y'all are always asking me stuff because you're trying to understand, but there are people who will ask questions just to be condescending, and that's the only place I draw the line. It's pretty simple. It's an easy to put together allegory, but most people they never thought about it before, so it's fine to ask. God, my playlist is seriously hitting tonight. It's like it knows exactly what I'm in the mood for. This is such a good song. I love Placebo so much. I wish they were more popular here in the States. I've never met anyone in person who knew them before I told them about them. But apparently they're really big in the UK. And I'm a little upset they're not bigger here. Sugar Pills by IDK How, that's my favorite off that album. Or because the band's called Placebo. God, I'm being stupid. Sugar Pills is also the name of a song by IDK. Sorry. It was yeah, I caught it. I caught it before you said it. I just uh I'd like to emphasize I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 programs right now with an additional like 3 open behind those. Streaming spreads me a little thin. But for real, I'm trying to single-handedly make placebo catch on in the States. Americans, listen to placebo. They're great. Please. Brian Molko is one of my fashion icons. Him and Gerard Way. They're both non-binary. You can't convince me they're not. I think Dallin Weeks is non-binary too. I mean, he wrote a fucking song called Mix Sinister. I don't know anybody who uses mix without being non-binary. That's the non-binary version of Mr. Mrs. MX period. The Gretchen Wieners of placebo. They're so fetch. They're so fetch. Listen, I'm just thinking, yeah, MX period, like that. Mix instead of Mr. or Mrs. Um I'm just thinking if I get them popular enough, maybe they'll tour the US more and then I can actually see them live. It's for purely selfish reasons. Dude, that sucks. I can't complain too much. I'm a train ride from New York City. And most people that do world tours or, tours abroad are gonna hit New York City. But it's so expensive. I can't afford to go. All right, it was auto-saving again. Thanks. Why are those all so loud today? Firebot must have fucked up on me. Also, that sound effect is used in Adventure Time, and it's woken me up before when I've fallen asleep with Adventure Time on because I thought someone was fucking redeeming something. It's woken me up from a dead sleep because I thought somebody was interacting with my stream. I Pavloved myself with these sounds. Knowing what I know about Pavlov, he probably was more inclined to think about beating his dog. That dude abused the shit out of those animals. Any sort of study you've ever seen on like human behavior was probably incredibly fucked up if you actually look into it. There's a pattern there. Every like behavior analysis person that's come through like those scenes has done absolutely bonkers bananas shit in the name of MK Ultra was fine. In the name of research. Ooh, more law dispute. Oh my god, but I associate this song with such an awkward moment in my life, if I'm being honest. When I was working the front desk at the bowling alley, I had this guy come up to the desk to ask me, like, whatever, set up his lane or whatever. And they had really loud music there, and he asked me a question, and I didn't hear it. And I was like, "What?" And he asked me, and I was like, "I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you. What?" And that happened like 4 times, and I hate when that happens. I get so flustered and anxious. But I did not hear him over the music, and I partly think I didn't hear him because I wasn't expecting the question. But he asked, "Is that a law dispute tattoo about the one on my bicep?" And And finally, I hear him, and I'm like, "Oh my god, yeah!" I never meet people who know them, so that took me by surprise. Like, I'm sorry I didn't hear you at first. This is like so awkward now. And he asked what my favorite song is by them, and I said it's hard to choose, but that this is one of my favorites. This is 9, and I said specifically, it's this version, which was recorded live in a church. Um, I like the way the acoustics sound, and it's different from the one that was recorded in the studio, which has like synths and stuff, where this one has a more acoustic vibe. I really like this. And he agreed. He really liked the song too, apparently. And then we were like talking about like our favorite songs by them and stuff. And then he ended up like asking me out, and I had to like awkwardly be like, I'm already in a relationship, which like shouldn't be that awkward, but when you have social anxiety like I do, it is. And then I like never spoke to him again. And he came in all the time. I was so awkward about it every time. Oh my god, my social anxiety is absolutely horrendous. I don't think you guys understand how bad it is in person. I like never spoke to him again. Oh my god, Zion. We're not interested in a throuple. Trust me, we've had people try. And that is just not our lifestyle. I've had like a weird number of people assume I'm poly because I have a lot of friends who are poly, and I am not poly. I don't have the energy for that shit. No, no, yeah, I get you. I get you. I just like it, like I don't something about me. I'm like a magnet for unicorn hunter dudes. Thank you, Pippin. Yeah, that's what dudes who pursue bisexual women for the purpose of threesomes are called. If any of you aren't familiar with the term. Dion, stop. I refuse to believe you're ugly. I don't know what you look like, but I don't think you're ugly. I also feel like I probably have like different opinions on appearances as somebody who draws people. I love a unique look, you know? Stuff that's not just like Eurocentric bullshit. Um and beauty standards change so much over time. Like even within our lifetimes, they're constantly shifting and it just goes to show how it's all bullshit. One big arm, one small arm, boils and like patchy hair. Well, then maybe that's your strong arm. Also, I get like crazy acne, and people are like, "Holy crap, you're hot." So, like, I don't think people really care as much about complexion as we like to think they do. I think skincare companies just want to make more money off of us. All different length fingers. I mean, they're not supposed to be the same length. Are you trying to have them just like end flat like a Lego hand? That would look weird. Also, hey, maybe that's more ways to use them, you know? Maybe that's a little variety for purposes, you know? I love brown eyes. I don't know why you added that, thinking it would be a point against you. I think brown eyes are gorgeous. Like all of my like celebrity crushes and stuff have brown eyes. I love brown eyes. Penn Badgley, fine as hell. He's got brown eyes. Charlie Cox, oh fuck, that man could ruin me. He's got brown eyes. Fucking oh, I'm blanking on his real name. John Bernthal. Everybody thinks he's sexy. Pedro Pascal, everybody's all up on that motherfucker. Robert Downey Jr.'s fine. He's got brown eyes. Fucking real name. Tati Gabrielle. Tati Gabrielle is so hot. I would not be able to be in the same room as her in real life. Um, and she's got big brown eyes. RDJ gets the pass. Oh my god. There's my alarm to turn off raids before it gets too late. Shove it. Don't be mean to Pippin. Pippin's the OG. Christ. Now this is Brobex. This is old Dallin Weeks. There we go. He's got a full head of hair. There is some tweaking and shading I need to do on it still to bring out the different layers and everything, but he at least has a full head of hair now. This is the cheeriest, depressing song in the world. Tweaked a couple of spots to fill some gaps. I'm probably going to make something to sit behind the hair also to fill gaps when there's motion. I'm probably going to go through this off stream and give like each piece of hair a little wiggle with the transformer to see like how far they can move before there's gaps. I'm playing around with a lazy way to shade, basically. But yeah, I do think this is like it's very 80s. It's this kind of style's making a comeback too, though, so it's very modern as well. Yeah, I'm doing a quick lazy shade and then I'll do a proper shade. I'm just trying to break up the pieces right now so I can see what I'm doing better. Yeah, I'm just using a gradient to add some variety to the hair, basically. Do you really? Because I follow somebody who has the same thing. Miss Quay has a snatch her wig redeem. It's so funny. There's also a redeem to put a clown wig on her. uh, she's so funny. Love Miss Quay. Yeah, didn't I tell you to follow her? She's the best. Nimmy Nightmare. Okay, I'll have to check them out. I'm trying to get more into the VTuber scene. I bullied you into following Miss Quay. She'd be proud. I think that adds a nice little bit of separation. Yeah, I think that helped to break it up a little bit. Oh yeah. Zubin Punker Jelly? What? Me bullying you? Oh my god. Yeah, so I just quickly applied a gradient to each piece of hair and I angled it a little differently with each piece to make them darker at the root and lighter at the tips just to give them a little more breaking up so that you can tell them apart better. I'm going to go in and do the same thing manually to give it more variation and not just rely upon the gradient, but it's helping me to distinguish the separate pieces already, which is going to help me when I'm shading them separately. That just now was group 210. You're so lame, Dion. Don't ever change. We're lame together. I'd appreciate that a lot, dude. I think the more of these I get out there, the more it'll get the ball rolling. Now you can tell apart the layers. And I'm going to refine that and I'm going to clean it up and it's going to look like black hair. Right now it looks more in the gray territory, but that's going to help me tell them apart in the meantime so that I can refine them better for each piece without having to like hide and go back and forth and do a shitload of stuff. Whew. Well, that took me the entire stream. 2 whole streams on just hair, huh? And it's not even 100% done. I take a fucking while on hair, but I think it looks great when I'm done. I really like how his hair is coming out. There's gonna need to be more proper shading, obviously, but I like the forms. I like all the pieces. I like how the curls fall. I think it'll be really fun in motion. So next time we're here, we'll probably get through shading the hair pretty quickly. It doesn't take that long. The shading's the quickest part. I need to shade his earrings and his clothes. And then I need to do like 2 sets of toggle arms, I think is what we discussed. And that'll probably be a stream unto itself. Because hands and all that. I'll probably draw them on paper first sometime this week just to make it a little quicker. I'm going to be working on this in between streams again just to do some layer management. I made a shitload more groups to do that shading. But it shouldn't be too bad. Well, hey, I hope it was a good nap. Let me save this for the night. And I can get more practice rigging in and some layer organization in. I made a note to myself to give him fangs. I still need to color the inside of his mouth. And shade that too. That'll be on my list for next time. I want to assume I can get what I have left done in maybe 3 more streams. In terms of the art, rigging is going to take a while since I'm figuring it out as I go. But I think he's going to look fab. We are at our wrap-up time. Let me see who is on. Oh, hey, married makers are on. Let's go raid the other makers. How you guys feel about that? There is the raid message for y'all. I'd appreciate it if y'all would grab that. Send it on over once we reach the married makers. I am done for tonight. I will be back on Thursday with more Baldur's Gate 3, and then again on Friday for us to formally start Deltarune Chapter 4. We just barely started it at the tail end of last stream. We're going to be diving deep into it this Friday. Something weird going on? Why is that? You're not my real makers. Oh gosh. I don't know. I kind of sat up, so maybe I look taller now. Hairless said I don't look tall, which gave me a chuckle. I promise you, Hairless, I'm pretty tall. Well, I will see you guys Thursday. And we'll be back again solo Friday, because Joey's going to be here Thursday. If y'all could grab that raid message, I'd really appreciate it. We are going to go raid the married makers. And I wish you all a good night. Next time you see this, I will have done at least a little more layer management. I'm trying to keep as much of the work on this on stream as possible. But, you know, I'm going to experiment more with the rigging off stream just because I'm not the most confident in that yet. But I'll keep you guys in the loop about how it's going. In the meantime, let's set up for this raid. Hope you guys have a great night. I'll see you Thursday, alright? Married makers are playing Sims 4. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over. Start raid. Well, this channel alone is 2 makers, because it's a couple who are the makers. So there's them, there's me, there's Adventure Maker. We know at least 4 makers, myself included. Alright, guys. I'm gonna hit that raid. Y'all have a wonderful night. Bye!